Senate will come to order. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado. Betancourt. Birdwell.
Present.
Blanco. Campbell. Creighton. Eckhart. Flores. Gutierrez. Hall. Hancock. Hinojosa. Huffman. Hughes. Johnson. King. Colcourse. La Mantilla. Menendez. Middleton. Miles. Nichols. Parker. Paxton. Perry. Schwertner. Sparks. Springer. West. Whitmire. Zaffarini.
Members, a quorum is present. Would those in the gallery and on the floor please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Dr. Ken May, First Baptist Church in Steveville in Erath County. Pastor.
Thank you, Senator Birdwell. Thank you, distinguished senators, for this kind invitation. Thank you also for the historic and sacred tradition of prayer. We can trace that all the way back to Benjamin Franklin's motion at the Constitutional Convention of 1787. It wasn't passed because, like many of your issues, everybody didn't agree on it. But 2 years later, a chaplain was appointed to the U.S. Senate. And since that time, prayer has been a part of our meetings, and prayer is powerful. Would you join me this morning? Father God, Creator, King of the universe, we pause today to ask your divine assistance upon this special body of legislators and upon the people of the state of Texas and upon this great nation. Please give us character and integrity in our conduct. Provide grace and mercy in our deliberations, and pour out wisdom and unity that we may bless the people of Texas, especially those who are most vulnerable, and ensure and enrich the future of this great state. En el nombre de Jesucristo, Shalom, Amen.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. May. Thank you, Pastor. Members, the Dean of the Senate moves to dispense with the reading of yesterday's journal. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has passed.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Campbell to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. Well, members, I want to introduce you today to Dr. Brenna Connor. Dr. Connor is a family medicine physician who practices in Austin, Lakeway, and Bee Cave. She earned her bachelor's in psychology from Austin College. She then completed her residency at the University of Texas Southwest Medical Center. Dr. Connor is an active member of many professional organizations, including Travis County Medical Society, where she has served on the Communications Committee since 2015. Dr. Connor has been with us before, and she chose to come back again. So, members, please help me welcome Dr. Connor to the Senate again. Mr. President.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 524 by Johnson et al., commemorating the 100th anniversary of Goodwill Industries of Dallas.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. We have the privilege and pleasure of welcoming here today our friends from Goodwill Industries. Today, we're honoring them in celebration of their 100th anniversary. Established in 1923 in Dallas, Goodwill has grown to encompass more than 140 locations throughout Texas. Goodwill Industries of Dallas helps people with barriers to employment build skills, find jobs, and reach their goals in life so that they can reach their full potential. Goodwill Industries of Dallas serves in Denton, Collin, Dallas, Rockwell, Kaufman, Rains, Ellis, and Navarro counties. They utilize a person-centered approach to job readiness and job placement within Goodwill and the community at large through their employer partners. Their donated goods program provides employment through the recycling and reselling of material donations in the 19 stores located throughout the community. Their workforce development program provides a wide range of assessments, education, job training, coaching, and career placement to North Texans. I want to recognize the members of Goodwill Industry who have come down from Dallas and joined us here at the Capitol today. Victor Reyes, the development analyst at Goodwill, Kate Cox, the vice president of their IT, and Danielle Jessup, the development associate. Thank you all three for coming. Thank you for the work you do for the state of Texas. Members, please welcome Goodwill Industries of Dallas.
Those in favor of the resolution is adopted. Thank you, Senator. Following message from the governor. Secretary will read the message.
To the Senate of the 88th Legislature regular session, I ask the advice, consent, and confirmation of the Senate with respect to the following appointments. To be members of the Trinity River Authority Board of Directors: John W. Jenkins, Hankamer; Robert F. McFarlane, Tennessee Colony; William O. Will Rogers, Fort Worth; Frank H. Steed, Jr., Cairns; Gregory S. Greg Wasberg, Grapeland. Respectfully submitted, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, to nominations.
Members, if no objections, I'd like to postpone the reading and referral bills until the end of today's session. Any objection? Hearing none. The reading and referral of bills is postponed. Members, that concludes the morning call. And since we have a number of empty desks on the floor, we're going to stand at ease until noon. I'm not going to continue until we have senators on the floor. We'll stand at ease until noon.
Senate will come to order. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the Senate.
Senate Bill 593, Senate Bill 49, Senate Bill 1563, Senate Bill 1523, Senate Bill 1509, Senate Bill 1425, Senate Bill 1222, Senate Bill 1170, Senate Bill 1002, Senate Bill 423, House Bill 49, Senate Bill 2171, Senate Bill 1741, Senate Bill 1615, Senate Bill 1469, Senate Bill 1332, Senate Bill 929, HJR 126, House Bill 1565, House Bill 998, HCR 109, HCR 108, House Bill 3108, House Bill 3106, House Bill 2664, House Bill 842, House Bill 446.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider Senate Bill 1251.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1251 is really a simple respect the will of the voters bill. Last November, Texas school districts went to voters to ask them to approve a tax ratification election, or TRE, that would have approved a tax rate above the voter approved rate. The voters rejected the TRE and expected the voter approved rate would be adopted. However, at least more than one school district decided that rather than adopt the voter tax approved rate, they would access disaster pennies from a previous disaster. And SB 1251 ensures that if there's a failed TRE, which is a tax ratification election, the district may only adopt the voter approved rate, because that's the limit of what the tax process allows for. And at this time, I move to suspend the regular order of business and take up and consider Senate Bill 1251.
Member Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the regular order of business. Senate Bill 1251. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1251. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1251, relating to the authority of the governing body of a school district to adopt an ad valorem tax rate that exceeds the district's voter approval tax rate.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage engrossment of Senate Bill 1251.
Members, Senator Betancourt moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Members, Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
There
Campbell.
being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1251. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1251, relating the authority of the governing body of a school district to adopt an ad valorem tax rate that exceeds the district's voter approval tax rate.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move final passage of Senate Bill 1251.
Member Senator Betancourt moves final passage Senate Bill 1251. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell,
There being
Blanco.
30 ayes and 1 nay, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator West, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1146.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate regular order business to take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1146. This bill, members, last year the Incarcerated Women's Project came to myself and Chairwoman Click in the House and asked if we could help with the plight of incarcerated women in our state penal institutions with regards to medical transportation. To address the conditions to which these women are subjected, the bill does the following. Requires any searches done while the women are being transported to conform with the requirements of the Prison Rape Elimination Act. Requires buses used to transport female inmates will have an adequate supply of toilet paper and feminine hygiene products for women being transported. Require female inmates to receive sufficient food and nutrition when being transported. I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Members, Senator West moves suspension of the regular order of business. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1146. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Committee substitute Senate Bill 1146. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1146 relating to medical transportation and care for certain inmates in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Senator West, recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Member, Senator West moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator West, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Member, Senator West moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
Being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Committee substitute Senate Bill 1146. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1146 relating to medical transportation and care for certain inmates in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Senator West, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage Committee substitute Senate Bill 1146.
Member, Senator West moves final passage Committee substitute Senate Bill 1146. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell,
Being
Blanco.
31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Zaffirini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on take up and consider Senate Bill 2616.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 2616. Members, this is a local bill that simply would authorize the creation of the Travis County Municipal Utility District number 27. It is standard mud language that follows our template. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Members, Senator Zaffirini moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2616. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2616. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2616 relating to the creation of the Travis County Municipal Utility District number 27.
Senator Zaffirini, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Member, Senator Zaffirini moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Zaffirini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Member, Senator Zaffirini moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 27 ayes and 3 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 2616. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2616 relating to the creation of the Travis County Municipal Utility District number 27.
Senator Zaffirini, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Member, Senator Zaffirini moves final passage Senate Bill 2616. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
Being 27 ayes and 3 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Zaffirini.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion to take up and consider, to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider House Bill 467.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the statute of limitations period for certain assault crimes is currently only 2 or 3 years, depending on whether the crime is a misdemeanor or a felony. Oftentimes, in cases where victims are family members of or in various types of relationship with the defendant, the victims are unable to expeditiously report the abusive behavior given the continuing control their abusers exert over their lives. This matter was brought to the attention of Representative Craddock by a local district attorney in his district requesting additional time to bring these types of situations to trial. House Bill 467 seeks to address this issue by extending the statute of limitations period from 2 years to 3 years for misdemeanor assault and from 3 years to 5 years for felony assault committed against a person whose relationship to or association with the defendant is described as dating, family, or household as defined by the Family Code. This mirrors legislation that was passed by the Texas House during the 87th session, but failed to receive a final vote in the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for consideration of House Bill 467.
Member Senator Flores moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 467. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 467. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 467, relating to the limitations period for certain criminal offenses based on assaultive conduct.
Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion.
I so moved. Pass to the third reading on 3.
Member Senator Flores moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Member Senator Flores moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
Being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill 467. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 467, relating to the limitations period for certain criminal offenses based on assaultive conduct.
Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move up final passage of House Bill 467.
Member Senator Flores moves final passage House Bill 467. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Flores.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take and consider Senate Bill 2434.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. In 2019, the legislature passed and created the State Highway 130 Municipal Management District via special district local laws passed by House Bill 4694. District was created on the premise of benefiting the area of the district located wholly in the city of Austin extraterritorial jurisdiction. However, in 2021, this management district created the Texas Essential Housing Public Facilities Corporation, which has contracted with for-profit owners of investments of multifamily programs located outside the district, and I'm saying it completely outside the district because no development has taken place in the district. District appears to exist only to be a sponsor of the Texas Essential Housing Public Facilities Corporation and taking valuable tax property off the tax rolls without the approval of any other taxing unit all across the state. and they do not wish to change this behavior, so therefore this bill seeks to dissolve Senate Highway 130 MMD for dissolution procedures of the district. I move to take up and suspend the regular order of business of Senate Bill 2434.
Senator West, for what purpose?
Question of the author.
Do you yield Senator Betancourt?
Absolutely.
You're recognized, Senator West.
Senator Betancourt, and I was in a committee when we heard this, and I voted for it. I intend to vote for it, also subject to some questions I need to ask.
Please do.
And I think I posed these questions when we were in committee. My concern is in the actions of the district in terms of going outside of its district to do these projects is inconsistent with why we created the district in the first place. My concern is this, though. What happens to the extent that this entity has entered into contracts with third parties? What happens to those contracts if we dissolve the district?
Well, Senator, because we're dissolving the management district itself, then it would really be a question of the legal status of the Texas Essential Housing Public Facilities Corporation that they set up. At that point in time, we'd have to do a contract review of those entities that have contracted, nearly 40 of them, outside the boundaries of the MMD.
My concern with that is that we looked at that to see whether or not, frankly, it's constitutional that we can dissolve this, because I brought these issues up in committee, I do believe. And my concern is that if you have an entity that's been set up by law, whether we can now turn around, and that entity has entered into contracts with third parties, those third parties entered into those contracts in reliance on the entity being legitimate. How can we now, on a retroactive basis, void those contracts?
If you want to, sure. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm sorry. Void those contracts. I'm finished.
We have a legislative prerogative, PIA that has been responded to, and Senator West, I think I believe there's an easy procedure for you to sign on to review those, because we have them under legislative PIA, those contracts. And I'd be happy to get your feedback on this. Obviously, we're sending this bill over to the House, at this time, because I don't want to get into what I understand the contracts are, because that's part of
I'm not asking about the particular contracts at this point. Okay. I'm asking about our constitutional ability to be able to void those contracts.
Well, I don't believe this takes that action, but then that's why I want you to see the contracts and look at that. But I don't believe that's the action that's taken. We're just eliminating the management district that would enable that corporation to exist so that they don't do it again.
So what you're telling us then is that the third parties that relied on this corporation and entered into contracts will not be adversely impacted by the dissolution of the district.
I believe that and again, I don't want to get past what I understand of those contracts are, because I'm on a closed loop, PIA. I believe we're taking the action that eliminates the creation of that group, and then any further contracts that are created. That's what I believe we're taking here today. So, but I'd love to be able to show that to you.
And I look forward to it. It's not your intent to adversely impact third parties that have entered into contracts with this district, assuming that this particular district is dissolved.
Right, because I don't know how to. You expressed the right constitutional question, so I agree.
You said it was the right.
So I don't know how to unwind that, but I do know how to unwind the district. Okay.
You said that was the right constitutional question?
It was. No, it's a great constitutional observation. Thank you, Senator West.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Do you yield, Senator Betancourt?
Certainly.
Senator Betancourt, do you yield?
Yes, absolutely.
You're recognized, Senator Eckhart.
Senator Betancourt, I share with you the concerns with regard to what the 130 PFC has done, the MMD, excuse me. But you would agree that all of their actions were within the letter of the law, correct?
Okay. Now I have to, let me say this. Because there's a legislative prerogative open records request, which I've offered to share with Senator West, and also I'd be happy to share that with you under the appropriate, because I really can't answer that question at this point. I do want to point out that just to make sure that everybody understands that I think you know this, that once that management district goes away, that it's actually the Harris County, Commissioners Court that becomes the trustees of these arrangements, Senator West. Because she just triggered a memory so once the management district goes away, the trustee of that actually becomes the Harris County Commissioners Court.
In this case, Travis County Commissioners.
Oh, sorry, Travis County. What am I saying? Sorry.
Would you agree, and I believe you do, that the mechanism that the 130 MMD was using is a problem statewide with regard to the lack of guardrails for PFCs?
Well, we just passed, we're about ready to pass the bill that we heard in committee that was a unanimous vote that said that none of these districts should be created out of the area that any special purpose district is in. So I think we're setting a precedence that said you shouldn't do this outside your area. And in the case of Management District 130, they exist for apparently no other reason because they're just nothing but raw, undeveloped land off State Highway 130. So I think we've got the right balance here, which is the Travis County Commissioners Court becomes the trustees of the existing relationship. And we've now passed a bill that says you shouldn't do any of this type of PFC creation outside of your own district.
I 100% agree with the policy position of PFCs not doing deals outside their own district, which this MMD in partnership did, 100%. My concern, though, is we are going to legislatively dissolve a governmental entity that we created the possibility for. When wouldn't it be better to simply solve the policy issue rather than take it out on one specific MMD with all of the unanticipated consequences of a commissioner's court then having to become a receivership for an entity that was intended to develop a portion of eastern Travis County with the proceeds from the public-private partnership?
I think this is an important statement to make because
a statement. Right? I'm looking for policy here.
No, and policy too. I mean, sorry, I'm not trying to quibble with the wordsmithing here. We have an entity that created 40 of these around the state. We have an entity that its transparency was opaque at best. We have an entity that we had to ask for a legislative prerogative, Public Information Act, and then we had to actually get to the Attorney General to make sure that that was going to be enforced because they originally were not even going to provide the information. So if I could just say to you, I would love for you to review the information that my office has seen under the appropriate, auspices, because I'm very concerned about the public policy of what this 40 of these 40 things created all over the state, and specifically one of the things I've said generically, not related to MMD, State Highway 130. I'm very concerned about the lack of rental reductions. Very concerned as a macro public policy around the state.
I share all of the same concerns. My concern with this bill, as I have expressed concern with so many others like it, is the retribution factor taken on specific areas, rather than the policy fix, which will fix it statewide, which I know you are also working on, and I'm very much supportive of.
Well, and thank you for your emphasis on making sure we could hear the question, Senator Eckhart. Thank you.
Secretary will call the roll on suspension. Mr. Speaker, good to have you over here. Good to see you, sir. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
22 ayes, 9 nays, rules suspended. Chair lays out in second reading Senate Bill 2434. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2434 relating to the dissolution of the SH 130 Municipal Management District Number 1.
You're recognized on engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage and engrossment of Senate Bill 2434.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
22 ayes, 9 nays. You're on hold at engrossment.
We'll see if we can round up the usual suspects. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Paxton, recognized to suspend the regular order of business. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2598.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute to Senate Bill 2598. This bill creates an improvement district in Honey Creek, located in the northern portion of the city of McKinney. I move to suspend.
Any objection? Hearing none, rules suspended. Chair lays out second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 2598. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2598 relating to the creation of the Honey Creek Improvement District Number 1.
There is an amendment. Members, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Paxton.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This floor amendment benefits the residents of the district as it lowers the threshold of how many residents it takes to dissolve the district from 2/3 to a simple majority. I move adoption of the amendment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. You recognize passage to engrossment.
I move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
27 ayes, 3 nays, 1 present not voting. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2598. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2598 relating to the creation of the Honey Creek Improvement District Number 1.
You recognize on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Secretary, recall the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
27 ayes, 3 nays, 1 present not voting. The bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Flores, third reading, House Bill 1207. To suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider House Bill 1207. The current statute of limitations for removing, disposing of, dismembering a body, or destroying evidence which helps in a homicide investigation is only 3 years. Because of this, concern has been raised by law enforcement and DAs that in cold case murders, the person that helped in the cover-up is not able to be charged with tampering with evidence because the statute of limitations has run out. House Bill 1207 simply removes the statute of limitations for tampering with evidence when that evidence is a human corpse or would be used in a criminal homicide investigation. By adding tampering with a human corpse to the list of felony crimes that have no statute of limitations in Chapter 12 of the Penal Code. This change in statute will ensure that those who help cover up such heinous acts will be brought to justice no matter how long it takes to discover their actions. I move suspension of the Senate's regular order of business.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out now on third reading, second reading, House Bill 1207. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 1207, relating the statute of limitations for tampering with certain physical evidence.
You're recognized. Passage to third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
To third reading, since it's a House bill.
Third reading. Yes, sir.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to third reading. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out third and final reading, House Bill 1207. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1207, relating the statute of limitations for tampering with certain physical evidence.
You're recognized on final.
Mr. President, I move final passage of House Bill 1207.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays. Bill's finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Middleton, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1217, suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1217. Members, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1217 reforms the administration of the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association, and this bill contains many reforms that are necessary to bring about actuarial fairness and reduce pressure on ratepayers, and also reform the way TWIA operates. Specifically, the bill exempts the association from the insurance premium maintenance tax. It aligns TWIA with the existing state agency lobbying prohibitions, as already exist right now for state agencies. It requires TWIA headquarters to be located in Tier 1 or a Tier 2 coastal county. It changes the TWIA board composition, which is currently 9 members, to 11. It maintains the 3 insurance industry representatives, which is the current law. It has 3 Tier 1 representatives, which is the current law plus 1. It has 2 non-captive agents, which is the current law plus 1 that reside in Tier 1. And it has 3 residents representing counties outside of Tier 1. And the one change in that representation is saying that one of those members must be OPIC, which is the Office of Public Insurance Counsel. It requires board meetings, except those emergency meetings, to be held in Tier 1 or Tier 2 counties. It prohibits the association from automatically increasing a policyholder's coverage limit without a vote of the board, so it requires a board vote. It moves the annual rate setting meeting from August the 15th to September the 15th, so after the laws that we pass go into effect September the 1st. That's an important change because we've seen problems where they make changes immediately prior to new law going into effect. It requires the board to use the catastrophic model that produces the lowest probable maximum loss in determining the 1 in 100-year probable maximum loss, which determines how much reinsurance to buy. And it requires TWIA to file that proposed probable maximum loss with the TDI commissioner subject to commissioner approval. And it also allows the TDI commissioner to reject that proposed probable maximum loss and set a different probable maximum loss if the commissioner deems that the PML is inadequate or for some other reason inappropriate. And it requires that loss adjustment expense be accounted for above that PML. And with that, Mr. President, members, I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rules suspended. Chair lays out in second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1217. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1217 relating to the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association.
Members, there's an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Middleton.
Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment removes the prohibition on TWIA requiring the use of any certain replacement cost calculator as per agent concerns. And with that, I move adoption.
Any objection to the amendment? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. You recognize passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move passage to engrossment for committee substitute for Senate Bill 1217.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
27 ayes, 4 nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading, final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1217. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1217 relating to the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association.
You recognize the final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move final passage on a committee substitute Senate Bill 1217.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell.
27 ayes, 4 nays. Bills finally passed. Thank you. Senator Springer, you recognize suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1803.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1803. The bill would require the state auditor's office to conduct an effectiveness and efficiency audit of all services for homelessness provided by agencies of the state. Members, at the appropriate time, I will be laying out one of the floor amendments that makes a technical improvement to the bill, and I want to thank Senator West for helping me on that amendment. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business.
Not so fast there. Senator Miles, you have a question?
I like the way you said, not so fast, Mr. President. Questions for the author that he and I have already discussed.
Happy to yield.
He yields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Senator Springer, relating to the effectiveness of the state-funded homeless program, helping beneficiaries advance toward self-sufficiency is what this bill is all about, correct?
Yes,
pretty much?
That's right.
Okay. Does this audit program, I didn't know that Senator West had helped you with it. I appreciate him helping you with it because it seems to be a good bill. I just had a few questions. Does this audit program effectiveness take into account people with disabilities who are served by these programs and may not be able to gain full-time employment or obtain an income that will allow them to meet their basic needs without assistance?
Yes, it does, Senator Miles. The bill looks at employment of 20 weeks or more. The floor amendment, as I said, thanks to Senator West, recognizes that care for individuals who cannot care for themselves is a valuable service, and that floor substitute language should allow those entities to show their excellent work in providing valuable services to those who cannot work.
That sounds like a scripted answer you just got there.
But I figured you'd like it better than me winging it.
Okay. Will this audit also seek to understand the weight of the savings of taxpayers' dollars, realizing through decreased jail bed usage, emergency room visitation, public sanitation, and related to the street homelessness and encampments? Will that savings to taxpayers be weighed in when measuring programs' effectiveness?
There is no savings in this audit. The legislature authorizes agencies to spend money on social programs. A recent federal OIG audit shows Texas did not always comply with the requirements when determining consumers' eligibility and the reporting of the number of consumers enrolled in its projects for assisting in transitioning from homelessness, the PATH program. The issue is ensuring the money is going to those who need it.
Okay, so we're not taking into the savings that this audit will help save big cities.
If the audit points out there's any savings, there's no reduction from the state in spending. Those dollars will go to those who truly need them.
With all the information that's gone into this audit, how does this audit plan to work with HIPAA regulations when seeking to acquire individuals' health care records?
Obviously the state conducts many audits in compliance with HIPAA because of the federal law. Moreover, the bill does not collect individual health records. The audit collects data in aggregate, and even then only notes how many individuals are receiving health services. No mention or collection of anybody's individual health data or records.
Okay.
So far, scripted questions, scripted answers.
Yeah.
If you were applying for an acting job, you wouldn't get the role, but continue there. That's good.
Well, Mr. President, I was nice enough to not ambush him and give him some of these questions that I needed to clarify for this particular bill.
That's being a gentleman. You should
does
be
this bill,
Senator.
I didn't know he was going to have his staff script out the answers for him, though. Does this bill provide funding support and nonprofits to utilize these programs to compile and submit this data?
These data sets were worked out with the various stakeholders, including the Texas Homelessness Network, who worked with my office and along with Senator West on these.
Okay. Thank you for the answer to these questions, Senator Springer, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Senator Miles.
You didn't tell me that.
I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business.
Let me follow the script here. Thank you, members. The rules. Any objection? That's what the script says here. No objection. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1803, and if I didn't have a script, we'd be in for long days up here sometimes. On second reading, Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1803, relating the effectiveness of state-funded homelessness programs at helping beneficiaries advance towards self-sufficiency.
There is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Springer.
Can you ad-lib this?
I can.
You're recognized.
One hand behind my back. I want to thank Senator West for the extensive input he's helped on this amendment to make this bill better. The floor amendment represents input from the stakeholders, the agencies, and the Senate offices asking for assorted technical changes to ensure that we collect and report the right metrics and give various service providers time to update their database. And I think that was the key thing that that Senator West had on the update there, and to be able to comply with the new reporting requirements. And I move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. You're recognized for passage to engrossment.
I move passage of Senate Bill 1803 to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
31 ayes, no nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 1803. You're recognized on. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1803, relating the effectiveness of state-funded homelessness programs at helping beneficiaries advance towards self-sufficiency.
You're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move final passage to Senate Bill 1803.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
31 ayes, no nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you for that exciting exchange. Thank you, Senator. There's a sequel? Oh my gosh. So that was 1803, and now this is 1804. We have to go through this again? Oh my gosh. Now I know what they mean in Hollywood when they say multiple takes. All right, so we got another. You're recognized to suspend the suspend the regular order of business. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1804.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business and take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1804. The current definition of homeless and variations of the term in Texas statute does not accurately reflect the true homeless population in Texas. Currently, important segments of homeless population are unaccounted for. Families, single mothers, children. The bill standardizes the interpretation of homelessness and variations of the term in the Texas statute to the federal standard McKinsey-Vento definition to accurately reflect the true homelessness population in Texas. And with that, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business.
And now the co-star of this exciting drama, Senator Miles, what purpose?
Questions to the author, Mr. President.
There'll be no Academy Awards given here, but give it a shot, Senator.
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Springer, this one is related to the definition of the homelessness and variations of those terms. So my first question is, do you have an estimate of how many number of individuals would be considered homelessness under this new definition in the state of Texas?
Well, we don't have the exact number of what they want. That's why we want to measure it. But if we went to HUD's definition, there's only 28,000 in the state of Texas, while the Texas Education TEA, they estimate that we already have 110,000 kids in K through 12 that are homeless. So we need to get a full count of everybody who's in there.
So the answer to the question is you have no idea what the number is going to be?
I know it's much higher. I'm going to assume it's going to be much higher than what we now have per current standards.
Senator Springer, would you be surprised if I told you the number was going to rise under this definition?
I would absolutely agree with you that it is going to rise. It absolutely is going to rise. And,
it's absolutely going to rise.
As Senator Betancourt so plainly states, what gets measured gets fixed. And if we don't measure it, how do we fix it?
And do you realize that there's going to be some gap time between the federal government realizing that we've got an increase and that some of these counties are going to have to suffer through, as well as the state of Texas is going to suffer through that time period where we're not going to be provided sufficient dollars to deal with the homelessness that we're looking at?
They're already homeless. They're homeless today. The dollars aren't there for them. And so, whether they don't have the dollars, tomorrow because there's a gap, I hope that we come up with solutions that works towards that.
So it would be safe to say that this bill doesn't provide any additional funding to serve this expanded population?
This bill is to be able to define so we know what the homeless population is, and then we'll be able to look to our federal partners, which has one program which gives vouchers, into the state program that looks to seek to find remedies to get people the treatment and the support they need to get out of homelessness.
So the answer to my question is no, Senator Miles. There is not going to be any additional funding with this bill.
This bill does not create additional funding. That is correct, Senator Miles.
Having nonprofit and faith-based organizations raise concerns to tell you about how they will be able to serve this expanded population without additional funding. Have you heard from any of those organizations?
No religious organization has contacted us in regards, and when we ask, they say, look, we serve them whether they're homeless and have needs, irregardless of a definition. Some of the nonprofits have raised that issue that by changing the definition, obviously we are expanding from that aspect. That's why we worked with Senator Miles on the previous bill to when we work on some of those timeframes to be able to identify what those are. But I would say one of the we've had numerous bills that have talked about Haven for Hope out of San Antonio. And, as they said in our meetings, will take time to be able to address that. But even though children are not defined in the current definition, they are serving hundreds of children to do that. So they're doing the work without being defined and actually giving credit for doing that.
But you did hear from some of the nonprofits. It's
Yes.
explained to you that this is going to stretch them even further. Pretty much. All right? Yeah. Okay. Last question. The majority of the funding for people experiencing homelessness in the past throughout the state of Texas to local governments and nonprofit organizations and federal funding, will this proposed definition have any implication on the use of these federal dollars?
This bill does not affect the federal dollars that comes through from there. And as I stated, the federal dollars are used on a voucher program for sheltering.
So in your belief, you don't think that by the numbers increasing, that we're going to have any type of rise or fall from federal dollars coming through for homelessness?
I would hope we would have a rise. I cannot imagine how a number going up would have any fall in the support we're going to get.
Can you raise your mic? I can barely hear you, brother.
Okay, there we go. We do not see that there would be any way that you would see a drop in federal dollars. Only an increase would come as the numbers are reported from what we have on the increase in being able to identify those who are truly homeless.
So this bill and your previous bill is in anticipation of possibly receiving more federal dollars for the homelessness for the state of Texas.
I would absolutely hope so. I think when you measure, you define, and you point out the problem, I would hope we would see dollars from our federal partners coming through. And at the same time, I think once again, when you measure it, I think we've got to look at state dollars as well.
Thanks. I appreciate your time, Senator Springer.
Thank you, Senator Miles.
So in honor of this well-scripted movie sequel, I think I'll use my rubber mallet here. Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules? The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1804. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1804 relating the definitions of homeless, homelessness, and variations of those terms.
You're recognized on your variation bill for engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of Senate Bill 1804 to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passes to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
29-2. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1804. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1804 relating the definitions of homeless, homelessness, and variations of those terms.
You're recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move final passage of Senate Bill 1804.
Every movie deserves a big ending. We'll give you the real mallet. The bill is finally passed, 29-2.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Karina, do we have a more exciting bill here? You have friends, Senator Betancourt? This is not more exciting, Senator Betancourt, but let her get her votes recorded. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 2434.
Let me correct that. The 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
25 ayes, 6 nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out in third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 2434. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2434 relating to the dissolution of the SH 130 Municipal Management District Number 1.
You're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 2434.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
22 ayes, 9 nays. The bill's finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And my temporary friends are always more exciting than Vice Chair Springer's bills. Okay, that's right.
Message from the House. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House to inform the Senate.
Thank you, sir. Senator Flores with the House bill. You're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2183.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 2183. The state's county jails have faced workforce challenges recently and are experiencing deficits in their workforce as they try to navigate the complexities of competing with employers who can offer more pay and better benefits. One issue making it difficult to hire qualified jailers is that state law currently prohibits the renewal of temporary appointment of a county jailer. In addition to working their jailer job, the individual must work to achieve full jailer licensure through TCO within 12 months. These appointments allow individuals who have not yet completed the requisite training to be temporarily employed as a jailer while they train. House Bill 2183 will ease workforce challenges for our sheriffs at county jails. This bill allows an individual to start at a jail under a temporary license, and at the end of 12 months, if they have not achieved full licensure, the sheriff can petition TCO for a 6-month extension on the temporary license to give them more time to complete it. If an individual in good standing leaves a jail under a temporary license, they are eligible for a subsequent temporary license in the future if they choose to seek employment at a jail. In addition, a person whose county jailer license has become inactive may be appointed as a county jailer on a temporary basis. I move suspension of the Senate's regular order of business.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out House Bill 2183 on second reading. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 2183 relating the temporary appointment of county jailers.
You recognize passage of second reading.
So move, Mr. President.
Secretary, is there any objection? Hearing none. Bill passes second reading. You recognize to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
31 ayes, no nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. House Bill 2183. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 2183 relating the temporary appointment of county jailers.
You recognize the final passage.
Mr. President, I move final passage of House Bill 2183.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
31 ayes, no nays. The bill's finally passed. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the sheriffs appreciate it.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1268.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1268 addresses problems in the roofing industry. A couple of problems. First, we have law that people must pay deductibles on their insurance contracts, and we have unscrupulous roofers who are waiving those deductibles, resulting in compromised quality, but also creating a market incentive to commit fraud. We're eliminating that market incentive to commit fraud. Secondly, we have insurance companies that were agreeing to waive deductibles on the condition that the insured use their contractors. We've eliminated that possibility as well. So this bill addresses two important provisions of the roofing contracting market and members, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider committee substitute to Senate Bill 1268.
Sorry, Senator. Secretary will call the roll on suspension.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
22 ayes, 9 nays. The rule suspended. Chair lays out in second reading. Committee substitute for 1268. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1268, relating to the payment of insurance deductibles for property insurance claims.
You're recognized on passage to engrossment.
I move passage to engrossment.
Secretary will call the roll.
Are we kidding?
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
22 ayes, 9 nays. Rules. The bill passed to engrossment. You ought to find 3 friends.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Johnson, you found some friends to avoid waiting a day, so you're recognized on suspending the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, new friends. I move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
25 ayes, 6 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1268. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1268, relating the payment of insurance deductibles for property insurance claims.
You're recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage on the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1268.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
22 ayes, 9 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Dr. Joe, how are you? Senator Middleton, you're up. Suspend regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1393.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider committee substitute for Senate Bill 1393. And this bill has to do with the FAIR Plan, and there are private property owners near the coast who are seeking in good faith property insurance to cover their homes. Unfortunately, these homeowners are struggling to find adequate and affordable property insurance in the voluntary market, and they're receiving extremely unfair and unreasonable quotes for premiums that are much higher than the market average. Unfortunately, to qualify for the FAIR Plan, which is our state's insurer of last resort for underserved areas, a homeowner has to receive 2 declinations, so be declined twice for coverage before they are eligible. But we've seen instances in the area and in the district where a homeowner who receives a quote for a $200,000 home for $10,000 for coverage, clearly that is not a real offer and not reasonable and should be counted as a declination. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1393 will fix this issue and allow homeowners near the coast to be treated fairly by declaring that an offer of coverage for a home within 4 miles beyond the Tuia catastrophe area, so that's 4 miles beyond the Tier 1 coastal counties and Highway 146 in Harris County, will count as a declination if it's 110% more than the equivalent of insurance in a like-kind property with a like-kind elevation and like-kind structure and openings protections. And this will ensure that homeowners have access to the FAIR Plan and also ensure that property insurance quotes and premiums are attainable and affordable. And with that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1393. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1393, relating to eligibility for coverage by the Fair Access to Insurance Requirements Plan in certain areas.
You're recognized to pass to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So move.
Dr. Joe, hold on one second. Any objection? Passage to engrossment? Hearing none, bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized passage on suspension of 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So move.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
29 ayes, 2 nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1393.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1393.
Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1393, relating to eligibility for coverage by the Fair Access to Insurance Requirements Plan in certain areas.
You move final passage?
Move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
29 ayes, 2 nays. The bill's passed. You just got one step ahead of her. That was all.
Senator Eckhart recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2615.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider Senator Menendez's Senate Bill 2615. Members, this bill would permit the creation of the Jones Avenue Municipal Management District in downtown San Antonio, a local bill. The proposed district would function as a political subdivision to provide certain improvements, projects, and services for public use and benefits. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Eckhart moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2615. Is there an objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2615. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2615, relating the creation of the Jones Avenue Municipal Management District.
Senator Eckhart is recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment, sir.
Is there objection? Senator Eckhart moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Eckhart is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move.
Senator Eckhart moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
27 ayes and 3 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 2615. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2615, relating the creation of the Jones Avenue Municipal Management District.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 2615.
Senator Eckhart moves final passage of Senate Bill 2615. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
27 ayes and 3 nays and 1 present not voting. The bill is finally passed.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1489.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, in 2021, the 87th legislature prohibited state funds from contracting with or investing in companies that divest from oil, natural gas, and coal companies. The comptroller subsequently released a list of investment firms and funds that would be blocked from doing business with the state due to their ESG investment strategies. Senate Bill 1489 aims to expand on these limitations by prohibiting these investments by a public institution of higher education in financial companies that boycott certain energy companies. Colleges have a duty to protect the long-term financial health of higher education, and allowing politically trendy firms to erode the endowments of Texas universities would result in underperforming returns that ultimately fall on the backs of students and taxpayers. Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 1489.
Senator Creighton moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1489. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
19 ayes and 12 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1489. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1489, relating to prohibiting the investment of the Permanent University Fund, the National Research University Fund, or money held by public institution of higher education in financial companies that boycott certain energy companies.
Senator Creighton recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator Creighton moves passage to engrossment. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
19 ayes and 12 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment. And we'll hold there, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Hughes recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1860.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1860. Senators, this has to do with charter amendments, major policy changes to city charters, in many cases brought on by outside groups and pushed by them with a lot of money behind them. And this bill would make sure that for major policy changes like that affect the whole state, that there's legislative approval before those are put before the voters. And I move suspension.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Senator Hughes, do you yield?
Of course I'll yield.
Did I hear correctly in your layout that your concern is that there was a lot of money put behind these charters? So do you think this is some kind of contract boondoggle?
Well, Senator, a couple of concerns. If a charter amendment is going to implicate major state policy that goes beyond just city business, and it's something that goes to really the heart of the Texas economy, then that's a statewide issue. So that's really what this is about. You may recall in the committee, the original bill talked about policies and was much broader. This is tightened up so that it applies to the city charter or amendments to the city's charter. So as far as spending on campaigns, that's always a factor, but that's only part of it. It's about major policies that really have an effect on the whole state.
So in a city like San Antonio, for instance, that is concerned with CO2 emissions and falling above the standard necessary under federal regulation, they can't, under your bill, have a charter designed to curtail emissions so that they can continue to receive federal highway transportation funding unless they come to the legislature and get it approved first?
Well, Senator, the policy change you're describing would not have to be in the city charter. As you know, there are non-attainment areas around the state. There have been for years. They deal with those things at the ordinance or the rule level. That does not require an amendment to the city charter to deal with. But to be clear, this bill does not prevent those charter amendments, only requires they come to the legislature first.
And that's what's concerning to me. So a charter that has to go to the voters of that city for passage, you want the legislature to pass it before the residents of that municipality even get a chance to vote on it?
Senator, yes, when it implicates major state policies like this, as you know, the cities, it's interesting, often the corollary is made between the national government and the state government and the state governments and local governments. But as we're aware here, the states created the national government and the states created the local government. So there is an appropriate role, an appropriate constitutional role for the state governments, for the legislature to have a hand in major matters like this.
Well, that's interesting that you should put it that way, because actually the state's relationship to county government is very different from the state's relationship to municipal government. Do you know what that difference is?
Well, this particular bill is about city charters, but please go ahead. I'd like to hear it. Go ahead.
Well, what is the difference between the state's role in municipal affairs versus the state's role in county affairs?
Well, there's a couple of differences in the way that we interact with them, but please go ahead. I'm curious what your, I don't know. You tell me. Go ahead, please.
Counties only have that authority which the state gives it, because counties are wholly the creation of the state. But municipalities are not wholly the creation of the state. You said that they were.
Senator, they are. They are created by virtue of a state-granted authority, whether it's a charter, whether we're talking about general law cities or home rule cities. It is the state government which allow them to be created in the first place.
And yet municipalities are able to do anything that isn't specifically prohibited by the state, correct?
That power given them by the state, that's correct.
So you're wanting to curtail that more by specifically prohibiting them from charter elections on climate change unless the legislature says, yes, you may.
Senator, for major state policy like this, that's exactly right. That balance of power is always being tinkered with and rebalanced, and that's what this is about.
So what is the intention behind the grandfathering only till 2026?
Senator, the idea behind the bill was to give notice for something like this, because this is a change in the law, as you noted. So the idea is make people aware that this is coming so that they can order their conduct.
So all of the major metropolitan areas in Texas have climate change charters in which they have made major investments. And those charters are pegging to a 2050 date in order to achieve the climate goals of the Paris Accord. And you would end those at 2026, even though they are designed to achieve goals in 2050.
Senator, those goals of the Paris Climate Accord you mentioned are admirable, and most folks would agree that one of these days that would be a noble end. I think most people would agree that the technology is not there for that, nor will it be there in time for that. So that's really the concern, that we are politically forcing an end that is not realistic. And I think you and I know the people most affected by these policies are working folks who are struggling to pay their bills, because when the cost of energy goes up, the cost of everything goes up. And also those good, high-paying jobs in the energy sector, which are so important to Texas, not just those individuals with those jobs, but to all of us. That's also affected by this, and that's why it's so important. So yes, you're correct.
About how much of the Texas population would you say lives inside Houston, Austin, Dallas, San Antonio, Fort Worth?
It's a sizable population. If you know, I believe you. I don't have the numbers on my notes here.
About half.
Okay, that sounds right.
And all those major metropolitan areas have climate action charters, correct?
Well, Senator, if we're talking about policies that the city has implemented, that's one thing. If you're talking about amendments to their city charter, I don't think that's the case. And if you know otherwise, please let me know. There was testimony before the committee about city policies, but not about amendments to the city's charter, to their organic document.
I will have an amendment that I believe, I know was Senator Menendez's amendment that I would like to offer when the time is appropriate. Thank you for answering my questions.
Oh, thank you, Senator.
Senator Whitmire, for what purpose?
Will Senator yield?
Senator Hughes, will you yield?
Of course I'll yield.
First, is there a House companion bill?
Senator, there is. There's a House companion.
I'm just curious about its status. I'm just interested at this stage in the system, the viability of this bill, because it concerns me greatly, as you can imagine. It concerns me so greatly, I would rise and ask you, does Tyler have a climate policy as we talk?
There's been no proposed amendment to the city charter. Now, I think a number of cities have energy savings policies and things like that, but this is about amendments to the city charter. And you ask about the House companion. I believe it's on the general state calendar.
So from my vantage point, the people I represent in our delegation, that should, if you believe like we do in local control and the progress we're making in our local communities, that should probably concern us greatly.
Well, Senator, there's always going to be a balance. We're all for local control until we're not. And when a local policy, when a city policy has an effect on statewide matters, then the legislature has to take a look at it.
And you're such a good trial lawyer, and that's good rhetorical reply. But the bottom line is, we only meet, as you know, every 2 years.
Yes, sir.
Why would you deny a local jurisdiction the opportunity to impact and affect their climate policy without waiting for the legislature to meet again?
Well, Senator, this does not go to policies implemented by the city council or by rule, but this is about amendments to the charter. That's a big deal, and it takes a while to get those up. And so a little bit of lead time seems to make sense. Also gives people more notice that it's on the horizon.
Could you help me understand where you came up with this concept of thinking that you, a senator from East Texas, Tyler, I don't know what y'all's most serious climate policy would be, but why a gentleman from East Texas would be trying to impact major cities across this state? Some cities, such as Houston, that is in the process of a transition climate policy that seems to be supported by the citizens of Houston.
Well, Senator, that's right, and the reason is because in East Texas and across the state, we all rely on good, high-paying jobs in the energy sector. In fact, almost 500,000 jobs, average salary over $100,000 a year in the energy sector. And so when a major city sets about to mess with that, then it's going to have a statewide effect, then the legislature should have a say in that.
You don't believe, Senator, that that's an affront to me and my colleagues from Houston and the other metropolitan areas? Why do you think you care more about working people in high-paying jobs than the bipartisan, diverse delegation of Harris County and Travis County and Dallas? I mean, Brian, you're a reasonable person. Surely you know it stands out with you talking about what's best for cities that have millions of people residing in, working people We're supported by those folks. And now you're going to have to look out for them on the Senate floor? That'd be like me coming back and trying to establish some policies for Tyler, which I quickly recognize you're more qualified to speak for the people of Tyler. So why don't you give us the same recognition and the same respect? Let us deal with urban issues, and you stick to Tyler and your fine East Texas residents.
Senator, I'm just one vote in this process, and the body's going to have to make a decision what to do about this. But when a matter arises that has statewide effect and statewide import, then we all have a say in the process.
Just go through your committee, no doubt.
This one went through the Natural Resources and Economic Development Committee. I'm on that one, but I don't chair that one.
All right. Thank you, but I wish you'd, at some point in this session, recognize that there is still something to local control, to allow people to regulate themselves in their local communities. They might very well understand the conditions better than a friend from out of town. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1860. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
18 ayes and 13 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1860. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1860, relating to the adoption of a climate policy and a municipal charter.
Following amendment.
For amendment number 1 by Menendez et al.
Recognize Senator Eckhart on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will do my best to lay this out on behalf of Senator Menendez. This is a simple amendment. It strikes 2026 and substitutes 2050, and strikes 2025, substituting 2049. This is out of a concern so ably laid out by Senator Whitmire that this bill impacts many plans already set in motion by local governments, our major metropolitan governments, in fact. Texas cities like San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, and Houston have created plans with a set goal of reaching those climate plans by 2050. The reason for this is that these plans are in great measure a response to the Paris Climate Agreement, setting a carbon neutral goal by 2050. Significant investment has been made in these plans. And I will give you an example of how these plans are working. As in the City of San Antonio Office of Sustainability reported that greenhouse gases have dropped by 3.46% from 2019 to 2021 because of these efforts. Investing in long-term sustainable policies is important because they not only protect Texas's beautiful natural resources, but they also protect our communities from a harmful and polluted environment, which brings costly health impacts to our constituents. And I also want to respond to Senator Hughes's allegation that these charters cost jobs. They create jobs. And they certainly will assist us in remaining an energy capital well into the future, even as we transition from carbon-based to other renewable sources. For these reasons, Senator Hughes, I would ask you to please consider this grandfather amendment to allow cities like San Antonio and our other major metropolitan cities to continue to implement plans to their completion so that their full investment can be realized, by pushing the date out to 2050. And I move adoption of the amendment.
Senator Hughes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, when we're talking about policies, this bill does not go to policies or to plans the City Council may put in place. This is about amendments to the charter. It's about, the language is pretty clear about that. But again, we think about what we're talking about here, almost 500,000 jobs, $2.1 billion to the permanent university fund, permanent school fund, $1.65 billion in property taxes paid to Texas ISDs. We cannot jeopardize and further attack this industry So with respect for the author and authors of this amendment, I'm going to be voting no on this amendment.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell,
There
Blanco.
being 13 ayes, 18 nays, the amendment fails. You're recognized on passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Give time for the secretary to punch in the names. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell,
18
Blanco.
ayes, 13 nays, the bill passed to engrossment. I think you'll have to wait till tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion to concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 2038.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the major no regulation without representation release of ETJ. The House added 2 amendments to protect military training bases. Both were involved with Camp Bullis in Bexar County. And in addition, there was a 3rd amendment where Hays County had just had a ETJ area and they want to stay in it. So with those 3 amendments, we are happy to accept as the Senate author and send to the governor the first major ETJ change in quite some time in Texas. And so with that, Mr. President, members, I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I move to concur.
Senator Betancourt moves that the Senate concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 2038. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. And one's headed to the governor's desk.
Following motion in writing, Secretary, read the motion.
Permission to introduce bills. Mr. President, I move suspension of Senate Rule 7.07B to permit the introduction of the following bill, Senate Bill 2630 by cold course.
Members, the motion is adopted. The following bills and resolutions on first reading and reference to committee. Secretary will read the bills and resolutions.
Senate Bill 2630 by cold course relating the validation of certain acts of the Austin County Municipal Utility District Number 1 to local government. House Bill 103 to State Affairs, House Bill 671 to Veteran Affairs, House Bill 677 to Transportation, House Bill 844 to Criminal Justice, House Bill 1073 to Health and Human Services, House Bill 1100 to Health and Human Services, House Bill 1524 to State Affairs, House Bill 1540 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs, House Bill 1621 to Local Government, House Bill 1703 to Natural Resources and Economic Development, House Bill 1819 to Jurisprudence, House Bill 1927 to Criminal Justice, House Bill 2002 to Health and Human Services, House Bill 2271 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs, House Bill 3297 to State Affairs, House Bill 3742 to State Affairs, House Bill 5174 to Finance.
Members, the President's desk is clear. Any announcements? I'm sure there must be some. Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.1 and 11.18 so that the Senate Committee on Water, Agriculture, Rural Affairs can meet immediately upon adjournment. Today, Monday, May 8th, in the Senate press room, 2E9, to consider pending business. My understanding is there are several committees going to be meeting in their votes, so we'll just kind of stand in line because we're rotating members.
Thank you. Senator Birdwell. Is there objection? Hearing none. Motion adopted. Senator Birdwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10 and 11.18 and all necessary rules so that the Senate Committee on Natural Resources and Economic Development may meet immediately upon adjournment and after the vote by the Education Committee in today, May 8th, in the Senate Press Room 2E9 to consider pending business from our hearing last Wednesday, Mr. President. I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion adopted. Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the posting rules in accordance with Rule 11.10 and 11.18 so that the Senate Education Committee can meet today, May 8th, upon adjournment in the Senate Press Room 2E9 to consider pending business and HB 1605 relating to instructional material and technology. Mr. President and members, if there are no questions, I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Senator Betancourt? Did you have more, Senator Creighton? Oh, I'm sorry. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to also suspend the 24-hour posting rule so that the Senate Subcommittee on Higher Education can meet today, May 8th, 15 minutes upon adjournment in the Senate Press Room 2E9 to consider pending business. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion adopted. Senator Betancourt?
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Committee on Local Government will reconvene our hearing today, May 8th, 15 minutes upon adjournment in E1.028. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Any objection? That was just an announcement. Members, we're going to have 2 memorial resolutions, so if you can take your seats and your staff, please take your seats as well. Senator Paxton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, when we left this floor Thursday of last week, we did so gathering around our colleague, Senator Betancourt, as he shared a tragic loss that had happened that very day here at the Capitol. He talked about a life well lived, but one that was cut short much too soon. And I'm sure, like you, I certainly could never have imagined that today we would regather here in the wake of more tragedy. And of course, I represent the city of Allen in Collin County. And tragedy struck over the weekend. I was unaware until I arrived here today and was speaking with some of you that Senator LaMantia also had experienced significant loss in her district. Of course, we never know what a day will bring, what the future holds. But I first just wanted to thank all of you for your friendship and your kindness in reaching out to me over the weekend with your prayers and your offers of support and encouragement. Thank you. The outlet mall where this terrible shooting took place is down the street from my district office. It's just a few miles from my home. It's a place I've been many, many times. Just swing by there. It's a great place to shop. We don't have a river walk up in Collin County, but we've got an outlet mall. And it really is a destination place. People come from all over the country, all over the world sometimes. It's a great place to gather, and you just see swarms of people walking around and enjoying themselves. And of course, up in North Texas, Saturday was a gorgeous day. And I thought about swinging by there myself earlier in the day as I was out running some errands, and I just chose not to. But of course, tragedy did strike, and I know that you are all very aware that it's we're early in the process. There's still information coming out. There's less that we know than we do know at this point, and those things will be ongoing over the next few days. But what is very clear is that the shooter who inflicted this horrible assault on random folks was stopped by the actions of a very brave officer who you might say was in the wrong place at the right time, called there on an unrelated incident, and had just taken care of some business as an officer and interacted with a mom and a child and put an Allen PD sticker on a kid's shirt when he heard the shots ring out, and was able to react so quickly. There were probably over 1,000 people at the mall that day. Just walking around enjoying the sunshine and friendship. And at an appropriate time, I know we will honor that officer, and we will honor all of the amazing first responders who reacted consistent with their training in a really seamless, extraordinary way that prevented further loss of life. I was mindful today that the folks there were going back to work and back to school. The mall area is still, as I understand it, an active crime scene. There are people that still have their cars there that they can't get to, and there's a lot still going on. And in the aftermath of something I think we all look at and it's so senseless and meaningless, I've also been so amazed and thankful for how the community already has responded with choosing meaning and purposefulness as we begin responding to this. Last night, I attended a prayer vigil at Cottonwood Creek Church, one of the great churches there in the area, and appreciated you coming, Governor, and making time to be there. And Governor Abbott was also there. But that community came together. And we need prayer, and I would ask for your prayers. There's meaning in it, and not just the encouraging feeling that we get when we know people are praying, but we know that prayer changes things. And I'd ask you to continue to pray for the folks who are still in the hospital. I would ask that you pray for patience as people deal with the ongoing release of information. While I've been sitting here during session today, I've learned about 5 victims, 2 little sisters that my daughter, who teaches in Wiley ISD, texted me and go to school in her district. A family where a mother and a father and a little one were all killed, and 1 little 6-year-old son remains. Those are just the ones we know of. But also, I've been amazed as I've watched how people are personally engaging in the ways that they know they're uniquely gifted to do that. And I appreciate experiencing that from you, my colleagues, and your offers to help, your offers of advice. Thank you for caring. And I wanted to ask if you would be so inclined that we might just spend a moment of silence, Governor, or prayer together right now for the victims, the families, the friends, and the community that have been impacted by what happened in Allen, Texas this weekend.
Members, a moment of silence for your own personal prayer. Thank you, Senator Paxton.
Thank you.
Senator Lamantia, sadly, you also had a tragedy in your district.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I wanted to take a moment to reflect on what happened in Brownsville yesterday morning. We had a vehicle drive into a group of migrants who were standing on the side of the road waiting for the bus to come by. and pick them up. 8 of them have died, passed away because of this incident, and many more have been injured and are in the hospital. We don't know a lot about the identity of a lot of the migrants that died and were injured because the police don't want to release the information, as is custom, until they're able to notify the families. And tracking down those families has proved to be very difficult, but we've seen our communities come together. In Brownsville, we've seen our school district help to bring counselors to the migrant centers so that the families and friends that are there can get the help that they need. We've had Border Patrol reach out to our city police department to make sure that they have the help that they need, because this is one of the largest mass fatalities our city of Brownsville has ever seen. And one of the things I'm most proud of, though, is that in Texas, we value all lives equally. We don't categorize or treat people different because of their status as a citizen or not citizen. We come together always to help those that need us. We come together to make sure that everyone here in Texas is protected and valued and respected. And these are individuals who have faced terrible challenges, individuals who have crossed terribly dangerous terrain, all for the sliver of hope for a better life. They have come through everything, and when they finally got to Texas and were able to breathe and think that they're finally safe, this tragedy came down and took their lives, and it took the dreams and hopes their families had with them. So I ask that we remember those that have suffered every day and those whose lives have lost in pursuit of a better future. So let's never forget that all life is precious, and we need to work together to create a state and a nation where everyone feels safe, valued, and respected. And Mr. President, I ask that we have a moment of silence for the victims and their families and everyone in the community who's impacted by this tragic act.
Thank you, Senator. We'll have a moment of silence for them and their families as well. Thank you, Senators. The chair recognizes the Dean of Senate for a highly privileged motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move that the Senate adjourn until 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 9th, and I believe it would be appropriate in the wishes of this body that we do so in memory of the Allen victims and the Brownsville victims. I so move.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The Senate stands adjourned until 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 9th. Thank you, members.